What up, everybody? It's Wednesday. Hey, I just realized they have 2,081 followers. Could I get to 2,100 today? That is the question. How cool would it be to get to 2,100 followers today? I can tell by the number of people in the room that slim chance, if I were to sign off right now, slim chance. It's all good. We got shit to do, man. We got a lot of stuff to do. Okay, let's go to the YouTube and see if YouTube live. It is. YouTube is live. Now it's now it's 3 episodes behind. We're at 278 today, and 275 is according to YouTube. What's going on, everybody? Oh, we actually have a couple people in the chat. That's nice. Where did I leave off last week? We kind of had a light vacation last week. Sonia was off for the week. I took it easy myself, I must confess. Um, got some sunburn on the beach and peeling like crazy right now. My body itches. So if you see little snowflakes falling on the table today, it's not snow. It's it's me peeling. Haha. So we were working on Hulk sketches yesterday. I thought Hulk would be fun to work on. If anybody's interested in either of these, I can auction them off for you. I think this one will become like a group shot, like the Hulk with a lot of his adversaries in the background, like headshots of adversaries, just kind of creating a wall of history behind him. I think that might come out really cool. I don't do that often with any of my sketches. After actually 5D here on the stream, he bought the Spider-Man piece, which was covered with all of his villains. Um, So I was thinking of doing a similar themed one with the Hulk. The Hulk has quite a few enemies. The leader, of course. A lot of the gamma powered characters are my favorites, like the Abomination and the Gremlin, or the Gargoyle, or the leader. Oh, we could do Red Hulk too. I forgot about him. Harpy. So keep me busy. Oh, I hope you guys had a good week. Let me know how it went. Joe smash. Yes, Joe's gonna smash these drawings. I read a few of these comics today. I got them at my favorite local library. I'm dying to know why these little spots. I thought they were just a fluke of the cover because people were manhandling it, but it's not. These little two spots are on the art, and I'm curious why. So I read this one. I thought this was terrific. I read this one. I thought it's good. It's a little long. The story is really quite long. I think we'll need at least one more volume to get a story here. And then I read this one, and I guess this is my least favorite because I really don't understand like how the main story connects to his ability to move quickly. Maybe I'm just dense, but which of these are you guys reading? Any of these? And let me know your thoughts. It is code. Yeah, the two specs are code. They mean I have no editor. I've been collecting Batman, but not reading. Highly recommended. I like Batman when he's got the supporting cast floating around, and there's a lot of supporting cast. There's a new cast member, at least for this storyline, and they're a lot of fun to read about. Batman doesn't really change, so it helps to have him surrounded by others that might. I couldn't get into Green Lantern. I thought Flash was too childish. Uh, yeah, childish how? My main problem is that I'm just not really sure. The main character Wally West, he comes to a facility that's researching some kind of alternate dimension, and I'm not sure how the alternate dimension has anything to do with the speed the kid's speed powers, but and although I like the rogues, they are they're kind of an eclectic bunch of characters. One guy's got cold powers, one guy controls the weather, one guy has trick boomerangs. So for some reason, although I like the rogues and I like their motivation, I think if I was going to do an absolute version, I might not follow the Silver Age models so faithfully there. I probably mix it up a little bit. Maybe drag some other characters from the DCU. They seem to be doing that. Like Ra's al Ghul he's in Superman, Absolute Superman, right? So if they can mix and match, and Renee Montoya is in the Green Lantern, Absolute Green Lantern. So if you can mix and match characters, I think it would have been cool for the Rogues to have been a little bit more. I'm not really sure. Maybe unified in theme. There's no rules really. That's just like me. Like, say for instance, you'd have uh, Captain Cold, Deadshot, Deathstroke. Like more kind of bounty hunter types. Um, Guns for hire types. What do I know? I love Gorilla Grodd in the Silver Age, in the classic DCU. I'm not sure I like Gorilla Grodd in the Absolute Universe, but I could see why you couldn't get into Green Lantern. It seems to be very dense. Um, it seems to be a very dense premise that is being kind of doled out in small doses with a lot of character interaction. And so I think there's a balance there that I would try to strike up. Like, I'd move the story forward a little faster. That might help. Although they did an issue in this second volume with Goldface, and I thought Goldface was kind of cool. See, Goldface might have been like a gun for hire. He might have been good for the Rogues in Flash. Too many daddy issues. That must be Flash. Seems to be getting groomed. It was had a very creepy vibe, I have to say. The Barry Allen Wally West relationship had a very creepy vibe. It was. It, I could go there with you. Yeah, totally. Uh, didn't seem to. It didn't seem to feel that, that sidekick kind of vibe. It felt very strange. I agree with that. With Batman, I can tell the differences between the universes. I think my problem with DC, I have very little connection to the characters. I know who most are, but I have no clue about their lives. Well, that's a fair question, or that's a fair comment, actually. If you read first 100 issues of Justice League, nothing really changes with the characters, the relationships between one character and the other, and stuff like that. I'm talking about classic JLA, and that seemed to have been, the editorial philosophy for a long time. And you get people like Jeff Johns who come around and they work with that kind of stuff and they modernize the characters and stuff. I think Johns is very well suited for DC. Look, I love what he did with the Flash, Wally West Flash. I haven't read any of the Barry Allen Flash when he brought Barry back, but I liked what he did with Wally West Flash very much. And of course, Green Lantern came out really good. And again, the thing about Johns is he didn't really change anything that had happened before. He actually worked with it. Like one of the things about what Johns did was there was a period of time when, well, Green Lantern, I recently read over 100 issues of Green Lantern. And from the beginning through the 70s and a little bit into the 80s with the Green Lantern Corps, and pretty much right up to Blackest Night, and I kind of stopped. And one of the things I liked about what Johns did was he definitely was familiar with uh, the Silver Age history of Hal Jordan and that kind of thing, and he kind of worked with it and enhanced it. And I thought he did a great job with Flash and Green Lantern. So, but prior to somebody like Johns, yeah, the characters aren't really kind of well fleshed out. They're not as defined as a lot of the Marvel characters. Um, that could be a good thing if you're a modern writer. For even the Silver Age kind of fucked up Hal Jordan, though. For some reason, he was a toy salesman in some issues. He quit being a test pilot and he became a toy salesman and an insurance salesman. And I'm like, how the hell is the kid going to be interested in? Well, I can see how he might be interested in a guy who sells toys for a living, but a guy who sells insurance for a living, this is kind of bizarre. So, Hal Jordan definitely lost his way. Even in the Silver Age, he was hard to put your finger on, and somebody like Johns comes along and plugs all those things together and explains them. In the 80s, Hal Jordan had gray at his temples, had gray hair at his temples, even though I imagine he's a relatively young guy. Again, I don't think that's the best idea for somebody like Green Lantern to appeal to younger readers. Um, to make him older or older looking. But Johns kind of explained that. He explained that Hal was possessed by parallax and the strain of having this fear creature inside him aged him or made him look older than he actually was. And I love that idea. So Hal Jordan doesn't have to be gray at the temples anymore. And I love that idea. So kudos to people like Johns who like take what has been done and enhance it. Um, Actually, the Hal Jordan in this book, he's kind of a ne'er do well, and he actually sells toys. So I thought that I thought that was a cool little throwback to, classic Silver Age Hal Jordan. So Hal Jordan sells toys on eBay. He's like a whatnot guy or whatnot retailer, and I thought that was funny. I'm not sure I see Hal in that way, but this is a different universe. So, this is Hal in the absolute universe. He's a whatnot guy, which is kind of funny. With Batman, you can tell the difference between universes. There are dramatic changes. Yes. Well, Hal is an eBay whatnot retailer, which is different than Hal in. So that's dramatically different. But the main character, I'm not familiar with her in the mainstream DC universe. Her name is Sojourner. I forget her last name. I forget her last name. But I'm not familiar with her in the DCU. She may be original to the Absolute Universe. But so far, the characters, the premise of the Green Lantern isn't, well. It's not really well known. So it's kind of like, I'm not sure if it's a cult or if it's a cosmic cult or if it's just a reinvention of the Guardians. Through a different light. The Guardians of Oa. So I'm not really clear. I think we need a few more volumes to start to nail down what's going on there. DC has always been more comedy, like Adam West and Super Friends. Lighter and less dense. Yeah, so it is hard to see DC for adults. Plus, I've always felt Superman was overpowered. I agree with all of these points, but you can still tell good stories with these characters. Um, I guess DC is more like fantasy, and Marvel is, uh, I was going to say, more grounded, or maybe more science fiction-y. But even Marvel is, I was going to say, Marvel in recent years has definitely got a DC vibe where, there are young versions of each major character and stuff, and female versions of each major character. And so they're doing that at Marvel too. So I can see a definite DC influence at Marvel for the last, I don't know, 15 to 20 years. Um, there's always been Spider Woman and She Hulk, but now there's like Spider Gwen and all these alternate, younger version. Miles Morales, technically a younger version of Spider Man. And there was the Young Avengers for a while, which had a young version of Captain America and a young Hulk, and so I definitely see DC rubbing off on Marvel in that respect. There was a cool scene in in the Batman written by Matt Fraction, where Tim Drake has a guy friend, a romantic interest, who cares about him. Obviously, they have a fairly tight relationship, and he confronts Bruce. He goes, "Every time you guys go out on your little bro trips, he comes back bruised and banged up." And he didn't, and so the kid didn't like that. He was like, "I don't like, whatever you guys are doing. I don't like it." I thought that was very, oh, well, I thought it was overdue. And there's another similar scene with Damien where they're like, "I don't know what you're doing with your son, but I'm not going to judge your parenting skills or anything like that." And I was like, "All right, that's kind of funny and cool and never directly addressed." So I thought those are two little things that I liked about the new Batman series. I'm not sure what happened to the Joker, but there's a scene in mainstream Batman where the Joker, he's like in this, looks like a Bacta tank. He's kind of like all hairless, and I didn't catch what happened to the Joker before this. So this one, that one's made. I'm a little confused by that. Yes, I always thought Superman was difficult to write for, also for the same reason. And I remember growing up when Thor was in the Avengers, people were like, it's hard to find a challenge for the Avengers with Thor there. He'll just walk in and kick everybody's ass. It's the same issues with Thor um, over at Marvel that it is with Superman at DC, where the guy's just way too. I read a comic book where he flew through the sun and survived. So I think Superman stories are meant to be more fantasy. Uh, Superman and Shazam, especially, very hard to write because of their. Very hard to write because of their super skill levels. They're very hard to write in the real world. So it kind of makes sense that they need to be in almost mythological level stories. That's how I kind of look at those two characters, and probably Wonder Woman too. Although I got to be honest, I haven't read a lot of Wonder Woman comics. I read Perez's run pretty regularly, and I think he kind of handled her well in that she was fighting gods. So when you're fighting gods, you know you're kind of an overpowered character. So Wonder Woman, Superman, Thor, the challenges for those characters are really way up there, the god type characters. Wouldn't it be cool though to come up with a human character who could take these characters on and give them a run for their money? That would be a fun challenge. Create a human level character, maybe even one with no powers, like say And Batman's got too many resources, but I guess Lex Luthor kind of counts. Someone who can give them a run for their money, but he's human. I guess that's Lex. Okay. Mission accomplished 80 years ago. I was thinking something more like psychic level or some kind of PR, public influencer, some propaganda person who turns the planet against them. I'm sure that's been done too. There was a storyline running through DC Comics where Lex was president for a while, and I've never read any of those comics, but I always thought that was a great idea. Of course, Superman could just fly into the White House and pop Lex's head like a zip, and save the day, practically. But I'm sure he didn't do that. Joe, did Marvel use any of your Spider-Man art when creating ASM 1000 Pascal Garçon cover? I haven't seen the cover, so I don't know for sure. But there's so many great Spider-Man artists. That my instinct would say I'd be surprised if they used my drawings, just because there are so many who had more lengthier runs with the character than I did. But it's not impossible. I'd have to see the piece. Did we have the talk about J.R. Jr.'s cover? Do we like the cover? Do we have no feelings whatsoever about the cover? I have to say I saw the pencils for the cover. He kind of looks like he's shrugging his shoulders, right? I saw the pencils for the cover, and it had much less of that vibe. It was better designed, also. Spidey was further up in the composition. He wasn't way down in the bottom of the frame. He was up. There was just more of a sense that he was in the air and he was moving. And the final version really stiffened up for me and was badly designed by whoever designed the cover. And maybe it was just the ad that I saw. I'm not sure I saw the final cover art or not, but it's not J.R. Jr.'s fault that it looks. Well, it's partially his fault because he had him kind of with his shoulders up, like he was shrugging, like I don't know, kind of expression. But no one that worked with the piece after that did him any favors. DC needs JJJ. Yeah. AJJJ, someone like that. Shoulder Shrug or new cover where JR swipes himself. I didn't see the new cover. What's the new cover where he swipes himself? Which image does he swipe? Hey, can we get to 2,100 followers if you're just passing through? Please follow me here. Let's get to 2100 today. It's not impossible. I got 2081. I just need 19 people to follow me today. So, by God, I'm thinking about staying on, even if it takes me all night, just till I crack 2100 followers. But don't forget to follow me on Instagram, on the YouTube, on the Blue Sky, um, also on Facebook, Joe St. Pierre Art. I didn't put that on my my tabletop. New cover looks very close to a cover he did 20 years ago. Which cover? Do you remember the number or the image? Can you describe the image? He's done a lot of covers. There's the one I'm thinking of is he's kind of standing or squatting on a chimney in the rain. That's kind of iconic, right? He did a lot of great covers, though. The cover, the Hobgoblin cover, was pretty great. The one after 239 is pretty great too. It's a great Spider-Man pose where he's fighting the Hobgoblin. My favorite J.R. Jr. stuff though is Iron Man. Sorry to say, he was probably a kid when he did those, but I thought that was the height of his career. Is Iron Man. Well, same with Frank Miller. My favorite Frank Miller stuff is his Daredevil, his first Daredevil run. 159. He started at 158, but he was finishing up a story. But when I, I consider Frank Miller's true run start at 159. 159 to 191 is my favorite Frank Miller stuff ever. And I think maybe Sin City is my second favorite. Sin City is just fucking fantastic. And probably for the same reason too. I mean, he reinvented Daredevil without, again, like John's, without destroying or contradicting the previous history. Daredevil, Frank Miller, kind of reinvented Daredevil, and that kind of excitement, that kind of oh wow, this is the same character, but suddenly there's a different spin, and he's again surrounded by a supporting cast of characters who are kind of cool and who drive the story forward and who challenge him. Um, and so suddenly, this character that I've always loved I love even harder now, just because of what Frank Miller was doing with the characters, and so it was with Sin City. Like suddenly, Sin City is like something completely. It's familiar, but also completely different. And then the style of his art changed, and the style of the art perfectly fit the subject matter, and it was just exciting to look at. And very much a similar experience for me to my Daredevil experience. So I love that stuff. I'm always chasing that kind of, getting excited about characters like Claremont Byrne on the X-Men, and you can't wait till the next issue comes out and stuff like that. I think a lot of people are going through that kind of experience with Abs Bats nowadays. There seems to be an excitement about each next issue, and that's great. That's very cool. Love that. I don't keep the link to the thread showing the similarities. The pose is almost the same. Spider-Man is swinging in the rain. Ramona says, I love Sin City. Sin City is great. The first one, which I think they call The Hard Goodbye now, it was just Sin City. It's a little bit like Star Wars A New Hope, I saw Star Wars. I didn't see Star Wars: A New Hope. So I call Sin City. That's the first one with Marv. I thought it was terrific. Uh, it's not terrific. It's some of the best comics I've ever seen. I freaking love the first Sin City, the hard goodbye with Marv, and also love Ronin too. If you guys haven't read uh, Miller's Ronin, it's fucking great shit. The first two issues, well, the first issue of Ronin number one, is one of my favorite comics I've ever read in my life. And the second one is in the mix. It's just that further down. Like, instead of, if Ronin number one is in my top 20 favorite comics of all time, Ronin number two is probably in my top 100. Love Ronin. Ronin, another head scratcher. Why Ronin? It hasn't been a major motion picture yet. Perfectly suited. It probably would be better suited with a high budget, but not necessary. I don't see Ronin as, I think Ronin could work, with a smaller budget, like a lot of the martial arts movies that come out of the um, Korea, and is it Korea that does the martial arts movies nowadays? Jackie Chan. Who's Oh, and sorry, I'm having a brain fart. I'm working and thinking at the same time. But Ronin could totally work as a lower budget movie. You don't need to spend $200 million on it, although that would make it look completely badass. Something with the money they put into Blade Runner 2049. But you don't. You could do it on the money that they did Blade Runner from the 80s movie. You could do it with that budget and it would still be a great movie. The story is just too good. Ramona says the way he's only using black and white in the contrast. Yeah, it's fantastic. Daytona says compare JR 2014, The Amazing Spider-Man 1.1 with 1 and 50 variant. I will do that. Give me a second. Let me finish the chat. Miller is great in storytelling. His art is up there. Yes, Miller is a master storyteller, with comic book storyteller. Frank came out with a book this week. Push the Wall, it's called. Mine is on its way. Signed copy. I'm just curious, what kind of tip is that marker with the border? Tip. This one is a Micron 01. Is that what you're asking? It has a 01, very fine tip. And this one is a Pigma Graphic 1, has a thicker line, thicker tip. Is that what you're asking, Scarlett? I know Scarlett is the artist, one of the artists in the chat that we see a lot. Let's see. Okay, so let's look up Amazing Spider-Man 1.1. 1.1. Boy, that's annoying. Where are you going to put that in your collection? I guess there's a lot of covers for 1.1. Let's see. Oh, okay. And then the one in 50. Yeah, it's the same. Is it the same exact pose, except painted? Let's see. Spidey 1000. Now let's look up Spidey 1000. Oh. Oh dear. Oof. So it's similar to 1.1, but now he's in the rain. Oh, okay. So here we go. So I guess it was the ad that I had seen. I guess it was the ad I had seen. There's more of a sense of him leaping here because of the space below. But the ad that I saw, he was much further down, and it kind of looked like he was just kind of squatting in the air, shrugging his shoulders, like I don't know. They redesigned me or something. So at least that has a little bit better of a sense of motion or action to it, but it's not my favorite drawing by him. Neither is this swinging in the rain. I think I like the shrug one better. Not a huge fan of JR Jr. after the 80s. Let me know when you want to do my sketch. Doesn't have to be fully on stream. I have to go. Maybe I'll see you later. Send me a message, please. I'm ready whenever you are. No rush for you either. So I'm happy to set the Hulk aside and do your Jeff the Shark drawing that we've been talking about for many moons. But let me know when you're ready. I'm ready. Many planets, haha. Yes, many planets have revolved around the sun since we first talked about a Jeff the Shark commission. And I remember chasing down sketch covers, Jeff the Shark sketch covers for you and one other guy. I forget who it is. So I'm loaded with Jeff sketch cover blanks. You may start. I'm back in about 2 hours, or do it the next stream. Well, what are we doing? Are we doing the? Should I create a Ramona special? Which is, I would say it's a figure, and then you want some webs and a skateboard in there. Um, you want to do single figure 150, say 200. I can create a Ramona special for you if you like. Just let me know. Are you streaming tomorrow? Yes, streaming tomorrow. Thursdays at noon. Wednesday is the only really variable, although I've been doing a lot of Wednesdays also. But Thursday is my That's the one I'm committed to. I really want to do every Thursday at noon. So we can do it tomorrow, no problem. Let's do it tomorrow. Maybe I'm not in at, at the beginning. No problem. Let me know your schedule. I'm game. Any way you want to handle it. I also have other commissions I have to do. I have to do Solar versus Dr. Eclipse. I have to do Nightcrawler in the Sentinel's hand. And there's another one I gotta do too. Shit. I gotta get on those. I've been having fun with new Zodiacs pages lately. Um, those are coming along very well. I've got a story, a new Zodiac story. I think it's about 14 pages long. I'm adding another page or two to the previous um, Sagittarius story, just for more violence, more action, more sense of big monster ass kicking. And I'll probably add at least one page to that battle. And then we've got a story, a cricket story, which is developing in my brain. And then we're launching a Kickstarter. I made a connection with Min Chow. She's a representative. I see her a lot at conventions. And she represents a Chinese printer I'm thinking of trying out. Kyle Willis was telling me he doesn't like a certain printer from Canada. And that was one of the printers that I used for the Aquarius character, actually. They were called Avenue 4. I didn't really have much trouble with Avenue 4 for Aquarius, but I don't think I used Avenue 4 for Pisces, but I had a lot of trouble with the printer that I used for Pisces. Haha, you can do those first, and then I'm up. Do those first, Joe. Oh, no, no worries. These are off camera kind of stuff. When I'm on Whatnot, I don't do the other commissions. Or, I mean, when I'm on Whatnot, I don't do other commissions because I'm trying to sell stuff on Whatnot. So these are already sold and paid for. So I don't want to. I don't want them encroaching on my Whatnot space because I'm trying to make money on Whatnot. Didn't she do an ASM cover? Who is she? I remember the issues you had. Yes. Yeah, there was quite a lot of problems. It actually gives me a little bit of PTSD thinking about having to deal with them. And I get a little PTSD about my experience with the sketchbook, too. It didn't quite play out the way I wanted it to. Behind the scenes nonsense. You guys don't need to know about that stuff. So yeah, I get a lot of requests off camera, so to speak, for commissions, and I do the commissions that are already paid for. I try to do those off Whatnot. I might break one out or break some new Zodiacs out art out just for fun. But when I'm on Whatnot, it's the idea is to sell stuff or to create something that if it doesn't sell on Whatnot, then I bring it with me to shows. Like I had a whole slew of pieces. I had about 8. I think I brought about a dozen pieces with me that were done here on Whatnot. I brought them to Fan Expo Philly, and one guy bought like 6 of them. So one guy. So that's what my that's what I want my Whatnot experience to be like. It's like your opportunity to get a commission, your opportunity to see your idea come fresh to life on a live stream, um, and my chance to make a little extra cash. So yeah, I'm gonna auction off Hulk here when it's done. If it doesn't sell, then I take it to my next show, which I think is Fan Expo Chicago, I think, and then Boston. No, I think Boston is first. I'm discovering the traveling. I have to change my priorities, or at least I have to. I have to be better prepared with larger ticket items like this, like something like this, which is worth $100. Better to bring 10 to 12 sketches that are worth $100+ each, which guarantees, like, say, $1,000 worth of sales at a convention, rather than bringing 100 copies of new Zodiacs, which sells for $10 each. It costs a lot. I'm discovering that it costs a lot to travel or to ship all this stuff to these other shows. So I want to make sure that if I'm going to invest in a lot of shipping of comics that are $10 a piece, that I have to have the higher ticket items to accommodate those kind of expenses. So I've learned that I need to bring more pre-done sketches and more original art to shows, especially when I'm traveling. Like I said, traveling costs. You got to make up for that somehow. I'm not even sure I made sense with what I just said, but I know what I mean. It was so bad and frustrating for you. It was very frustrating. Maybe I'll be back before your stream ends. Take your time. I hope all is well. We haven't talked with you in a while. Ramona, I want to know what's going on. How was work? That Spidey Black Cat is also really good. The Spidey Black Cat, the larger piece that's in the bin. Thank you. That was fun. Seeing you creating my idea gives me anxiety. LOL. Like with the Kanto, I had to go off stream every now and then. Why does it give you anxiety? Yes, find an easier way to make profit. Yeah. Look, the whole reason why I'm doing all these shows is to sell New Zodiacs comics. So we've got to make a way. We've got to make a way to make that work. So when I'm traveling, I've got extra expenses, which I've got to make up somehow. Boston's probably my favorite show because it's like a half hour away. I could literally load everything into my car. Everything. And what I don't, and if I sell out, I've got access to my stock at home. So I love Boston for a lot of reasons. But the traveling, and you're doing shows like Philly and Heroes Con, and I'm doing Chicago next month. Um, that's probably $1,000 worth of investment right there, just in hotel and airfare and stuff like that. You got to make that work because I don't want to go there just to pay for my airfare and my hotel. I need to make a dramatically larger number in Chicago. Otherwise, I'll just stay here on Whatnot 4 or 5 days a week. I'm going to experiment and try some larger pieces as well. Was it Donuts who got a large size Kyle Rayner? I forget who it was. Here on the stream, got a 11 by 17 Kyle Rayner right here on the stream. And so that idea has always been in my head to work on more larger pieces in addition to the sketch covers. I like the sketch covers because they're kind of portable. You can see them easier on the Whatnots when we're streaming. And they're definitely more affordable than the larger pieces. But I think it's a good idea for me to have the larger pieces in my portfolio also. Again, with that idea when I'm traveling, it helps to have the higher end pieces for the collectors, and that helps pay your traveling bills a little easier. So I've always had an idea to do a large Raven sketch because I see a lot of Raven cosplays. Everywhere I go, there's a lot of Raven cosplays. So I'm thinking it might be cool to I like Raven as well as a character myself. I'm a fan, so it might be cool to do a Raven piece that I could also make into a print and also sell the original art. So Raven's on the list. There's somebody else on the list. Oh, I have a Batman print that I'm trying to get colored. I have Spider-Gwen print that I'm trying to put together for color. I have an Absolute Batman. I don't know if Acid is in the room, but Acid Acid's Absolute Batman piece is getting colored right now by an A-lister named Mike Atiyeh. He does a lot of the Marvel cinematic uh, comics like Predator, and I forget who else they have. Predator and Planet of the Apes, those type. He's a great colorist. Holy shit! He colored the Spider-Man Sharknado piece that I have as a print, and he colored the Nightwing piece, and he colored the Doctor Strange piece. He's so good. I imagine this guy is probably always grinding his teeth. He's like, "Grrr." Has everybody followed me? Who's in the room? If you're not haven't followed me yet, please follow me. Let's get to 2100 today. That would be so cool. And then tomorrow I can brag about having 2100 followers on the whatnot. Love Hulk's expression. Yeah, he's got roids. Roid rage. Hemorrhoid rage. Here's another guy who's overpowered. Hard to come up with a storyline that really challenges this guy, right? He just seems to, every story you read, he just seems to get more and more powerful. There was a series, wasn't there, where I think it was called Weapon H, where they gave the Hulk like Wolverine's claws or something like that. I thought of a sequel to Weapon H called Preparation H. It's the origin of the Weapon H program. Thank you, folks. Needs some sort of glow in his eyes. Gamma glow. Too bad people don't really care for parody books anymore. Preparation H would have been success in the 70s, right? Mad Magazine. Do they still even do Mad Magazine? I think they don't publish it as a magazine anymore, right? But I think there's a website or something. Maybe I should pitch Preparation H. I should erase the pencil lines at this point. So I'm going to go in here with a lot of black, and I don't want to pull that black ink back off when I start erasing. So I'm gonna. Everything here is pretty much defined. We got his hair up in there, looking good. I'm gonna erase the pencil lines and then jump on the big black shapes there. It was going a few years ago. Oh, Mad Magazine's still going? That's good to hear. And there was a magazine called Cracked when I was a kid, also. It was a direct competitor. And that's when Marvel also did one called Crazy. So everybody had the same idea, some kind of mental problem for your title of your magazine. And I haven't seen Cracked in a long time. But I used to buy Cracked, I used to buy Mad, I used to buy Crazy, not on the regular, but I got a kick out of the movie parodies and stuff like that. And there's some artists in there, excuse me, fantastic artists. It's PG-13. Mort Drucker. For a while, we had the same agent, me and Mort Drucker, and I kick myself on the regular whenever I think about how I never met Mort Drucker. And who else? Fantastic with likenesses, with distorting, caricatures, distorting people's features to the extent that they're funny to look at, but you still know who they are. That is a serious skill, which I never developed myself. Um, Jack Davis, the Jack Davis, he'd draw a foot and you'd know it was him. So incredible. Jack Davis's feet. This like fold, right? Shit, I can't even draw it. But his feet would like the toes would fold over like that. It's so freaking great. Who thinks like that? I don't know, but I want to be like that. I want to think like that. Just this is one man's foot, and one man only can draw feet like that. Such a distinctive style. Loved his work. And then there's Don Martin, who did Spy versus Spy. Loved the designs. the gags were great also. See how the eraser pulled up this ink? So it's become like a gray. And it's not the gray Hulk. It's just gray blacks. You should have seen the sky about an hour and a half ago. It was green. Pretty hardcore. I wonder if there are fires or something going on in my area. But it's much more sky colored now. See how the shadow on his chin helps to pop the hand in the foreground. I like it. Always remember when we're in the zone, it gets really quiet. And when I'm in the zone and I'm working on your commission, I think you'd be very happy about that. Who's rating me? Junk Punk Global. Thank you so much. Junk Punk, I appreciate it. We're only 19 folks away from 2,100 followers. Maybe you guys can follow me and get me to my goal today. I'd love to hit 2,100 today. And if you have any commissions that you'd like to have me do, I can set Mr. Greenskin Hulk aside and start working on yours live on the show. Check out The Bin. I am a writer as well as an artist and a publisher of my own creator-owned comics. So you can check out The Bin. There's a lot of awesome comics in there too if you guys are readers. If you guys are variant collectors, I've got a whole bunch of variant covers of my creator-owned stuff. So check out the Bin. If you have any questions, feel free to fire them at me on the chat. I'm also live on YouTube, so you can watch this stream from the beginning on my YouTube feed, which is always cool. The weird thing about YouTube, though, for some reason, the even though I'm live streaming right now, the episode title is behind by 3 episodes. I don't know why. So this is episode 278. But if you go on YouTube right now, you'll see this stream playing, and it'll say episode 275. So weird behavior. I'd love it if someone could explain to me why that happens. But thanks for coming in. Miss Mayhem. Welcome, Raiders. 100. Miss Mayhem's in the house. Miss Mayhem, what are your thoughts on the Hulk? We haven't heard. We know you love Batman. You're one of the 6 people on the planet who's not a big Spider-Man fan. What are your thoughts on the Hulk? Am I afraid to ask? I'm not afraid to ask. You ever do an Eddie from Iron Maiden sketch? Oh, that's so weird that you say that. Yes, I have, actually. My friend Eric Yacko, who owns a store called Alternate Universe in Connecticut. He's a huge Iron Maiden fan. He's actually gonna have the guy who created Eddie and who painted the Iron Maiden album covers. He's gonna have that artist at his store in Connecticut. So Eric commissioned me to do an Eddie. It was like a cyborg Eddie or something like that. Cyborg Eddie crushing the world commission. So yes, I've drawn him. Short answer, yes. I just heard earlier today that Iron Maiden sold a portion of their catalog / trademark / Eddie likeness to Pop House. I heard about that today. Weird coincidence. Junk Punk says sick. Junk Punk says looks like you would do a great job. Miss Mayhem says I like the Hulk. Used to watch the original TV series. Oh, that's cool. With Lou Ferrigno. Where is my Eddie? Let me see if I can find Eddie. It might not be something that I have on my computer. It would be in the Kickstarters. Do I have my Kickstarter commissions here? Eddie. Yeah, I don't think Eddie is on this computer, but I would show you the. No, I don't see Eddie. Sorry. Wouldn't it be cool if I could just at the click of a button drum up some of the past commissions that I've done? But no, I have those. I have not those skills. I have not those organization skills. Thank you very much. Eddie's cool though, in all his forms. Let's see. The Hulk with Lou Ferrigno. I'm probably the only guy. I'm like you, Miss Mayhem. You're one of 6 people who doesn't care for Spider-Man. I'm one of 6 people who didn't like the Hulk TV show. Um, I couldn't miss the. I gotta say, Lou Ferrigno's Hulk wig. Lou Ferrigno's huge. He's like 6'6" and he's like 300 pounds, right? And then they put this green wig on him, which completely changed his proportions so that he didn't look large to me. And then you see him running up and down the street, and you can't miss the green slippers. Like I'm like, my Hulk doesn't run around in green slippers. And oh, by the way, he smashes through buildings and stuff. Why isn't this guy smashing through buildings? So I did not like I did not like the Hulk TV series at all. There wasn't enough smashing buildings and tearing shit up for me. And that green wig, I think Lou Ferrigno should have either dyed his hair green or shaved his head and wore a closer fitting wig, and that might have helped his proportions. Oh, look, I was a nerd even when I was 5. What can I say? I'm the guy who dressed up like Superman when I was 5 for Halloween, and the costume came with a mask. And of course, you're supposed to show up in disguise, right? You like trick or treat, and you're not supposed to recognize, the neighbors aren't supposed to recognize you. But I'm like, Superman doesn't wear a mask, so I'm not wearing a mask. Thank you very much. So I walked around the neighborhood collecting candy, and people all knew who I was. So I'm that guy. Way too nerd. Way too nerdy. So Lou Ferrigno, let's travel back in time to 1978, and we'll convince Lou to shave his head and put a tighter fitting green wig on. You ever do any art for any bands, like t-shirt designs, etc.? I'm going to say yes, but I can't think of a specific thing. Mostly, I do a lot of IP stuff. So, people who need mascots, superhero mascots, and stuff like that. That's like my bread and butter. So I'm going to say yes, but I'm trying to think of a specific band that I did. And then a lot of people have said that my stuff would make good tattoo art also. Although I've never seen anyone pull the trigger on that. Cool. I'll DM you. I like your style, and I grew up reading those Venom Wolverine comics. Oh, that's cool. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Check out my newer stuff too. It's even better. I know it's hard to compete with the visceral connection you have with famous characters like Wolverine and Venom and Spider-Man, Batman, etc. But I've got a series called New Zodiacs, which has a lot of horror elements to it, some cyberpunk stuff. My finest hour as a comic book creator is New Zodiacs. That's my opinion, of course. We also have another Hulk in progress. What's the name of is it your band that you have questions about Junk Punk? What's the name of your band? Give yourself a plug. And where are you located? Can we go see you? Miss Mayhem says you'll definitely love his work. I have a few sketches from him myself. I live in Waynesboro, PA, Pennsylvania. I was just in Philly. Is that near Philly? Or is it closer to Pittsburgh? I was just at Fan Expo Philadelphia. Good show. Fun show. I'm trying to think if I remember doing a movie poster for some friends of mine. I don't remember. Of course, I have t-shirts of my own. You can go to where am I? TeePublic. You can go to TeePublic and search for Astronaut Inc. And I have t-shirt designs that I've already done. They're mostly based on my New Zodiacs characters. I have a T-shirt based on the New Zodiacs characters, the Dregs. It's kind of a more graphic version of this. I've sold T-shirts with this guy on it, and people don't even know who the characters are. They just like the image. I have to get some more T-shirts made that I can bring to shows. That's what I need, more stuff to carry around. Junk Punk, I do a small run of shows this weekend from up to Connecticut, Massachusetts. Yeah, that's where I'm in just outside Salem. Also playing a band called the Cool Ranchers. I owned a comic shop for 10 years, just closed the brick and mortar so I had more time to tour. Good luck. Neither of those are safe bets. A comic book retailer and a musician. I have a lot of respect for you. I'm trying to make a living that way. I can relate. Junk Punk just purchased New Zodiac Pisces. Thank you, bud. Appreciate it. Would you like me to sign it on camera? Let me grab a fresh copy. Haha, do what you love. I agree. Unfortunately, I am not good at not doing what I love. Not do it. I'm not good at much else. Um, if you still have a retail outlet, like perhaps online, I have a special retail offer on my website, which is called the publisher website. It's called Astronaut, like the Spaceman, Ink, INK, like the drawing liquid.com. If you go to the store, uh, I haven't super adjusted. I still have some refining to do on the store, but if you scroll a little further down, like 5 to 10 items, you'll see retailer offers on all of my creator-owned stuff. So if you ever feel like reselling my work online somewhere, um, I have a special retailer offer on the website. Something to think about. Cool. Check it out. Yeah, you got to do what you love, man. We're only here for what, 70 years, 80 years nowadays. Spend a third of them in bed sleeping. So if you live to 90, you spend 30 years sleeping, which is necessary. I mean, you got to do it. Let me grab a copy of New Zodiac's Pisces that's fresh and not manhandled, and I'll sign it on camera. Let's dig up my silver ink. Make sure it's working. Looks good. Little sneak preview here. 2 stories featuring Cricket. This is Cricket. She's a high-level psychic who can communicate with the dead trapped on Earth. So there are 2 stories featuring Cricket. There's my girl right there. Little known fact, this profile that I drew on her face in shadow was actually the person who is haunting the building. So no one ever asks, but I like to share. One of my favorite drawings I ever did is this one right here. And this is another one, actually. Here's another one. too many cool pictures in here. So there's two stories, like I said, with Cricket, and then there's a backup story featuring the Aquarius character. His name is the Liberator, and this is the first time that he encounters this street gang. It's like a scavengers called the Dregs. He lives in a corporate kind of city, or a city that's been kind of usurped by corporate interests. So they have a curfew at I forget what time. Let's say 10 o'clock, and so these ICE agent type characters, they gas the entire town to make sure that nobody's running around causing trouble, scratching up pools and reflecting pools with their razor blades and stuff. So the solution they come up with is to gas the entire town and keep people indoors. And so, of course, you're always going to have those rebellious types, and so they go buy gas masks and then cause a ruckus with their gas masks on. Cool concept. I love it. Each character has their own painted version. They paint their own. They bring their own personality to the gas mask. So everybody's got their own decorated gas mask, which is something I hadn't seen when I created it, and haven't seen my design since on anybody else. Sometimes I come up with ideas that I'm surprised others haven't already done. Some ideas are so obvious. So I've never seen a gas mask decorated like a skull before. I would think they would probably have been doing that on the in Europe during World War One. If I were them, I'd be decorating the shit out of my stuff, out of my war gear to scare the hell out of everybody. But I've never seen a World War One soldier with decorated gas mask. I think it's a cool idea, though. Now that I think about it, there might be a story there. Doc Bruce Banner, pelted by gamma rays, turns into the Hulk, and he on glamour race, wrecking the town with the power of a bull. He's unlovable. Something, something, something. I got a dip, and have a wonderful day. And check your DM then. Oh, okay. I also purchased Aquarius. Thank you, Miss Mayhem. Spoilers. Yeah, I'm spoiling it. I didn't spoil everything. Miss Mayhem's laughing at something. What did I do? Let me go grab a fresh, untouched New Zodiacs Aquarius and sign that one too. Almost done with this guy. I'm going to auction it off. I think what I'll do is I'll run the auction and then I'll go get Junk Punk's copy of New Zodiacs Aquarius while the auction is running. I'm calling it, so I gotta sign it somewhere. I guess I'll sign it up in here. Oh, he doesn't look happy. Oh, lighten up, Hulk. Let's see. Let me create an auction. Stand by, add. Comic art. Here we go. So here's the auction. It's for the Indestructible Hulk headshot. Headshots are $100, pen and ink, line art, black and white. If you like this drawing but you prefer a different character, headshot, you go into the bin, BIN, and grab item. I think it's item 101, but I'm going to go grab New Zodiac's Aquarius #1 right now. I'll be right back. No bites on Hulk. No worries. If I drew Lou Ferrigno, I wonder if that would have sold. But my Hulk I see in my brain doesn't look like Lou Ferrigno. Sorry, Lou. Also, I didn't hear a lot of good stories about Lou Ferrigno. He's not the nicest guy. The stories I've heard don't suggest he's the friendliest guy around. Indestructible Hulk for sale. Never meet your heroes. I'm definitely I'm definitely in that group. I subscribe to that idea. Ninja Turtle. I was thinking that I might beef this up, add some. If they let me in Granite State Comic Con this year, I'm going to bring this back because I did it. I did this almost a year ago. Granite State. What is Granite State? In September? Wow, almost a year ago. So I'm going to draw 3 silhouettes of the other turtles, and I'm going to decide who this is, and I'm going to put his weapon like in the background, and I'm going to have the 3 silhouettes kind of like leaping down like a cityscape background, and then I'm going to color that shit, and then I'm going to add $150 to the price, or you guys can just buy this one out from under me before I do that. And then we've got Venom. Frankly, surprised this hasn't sold yet. Maybe Venom needs color. I'm not sure why he hasn't sold yet. And then we've got Deadpool getting projectiles fired upon him. So many things for sale. If you have any questions, feel free to fire them at me in the chat. I heard that as well, said Acid, about Lou. Man, I am so tapped out this week. No problem. Too busy chasing down G.I. Joe comics. Let's see. That is a great price for an awesome piece, says Daytona. Thank you, bud. Right, me too. Great piece. Acid heard that as well as about Louis Ferrigno. Daytona says, never meet your heroes. I totally agree with that. I subscribe to that idea. Never read your hero. Yeah, that's the other thing. That's a good, that's actually a good t shirt slogan. I'm going to grab that. Screen grab. Daytona says, are you going to Western Mass Comic Show? I am not. I've not been invited. Acid Burn says, make it Mikey and the others could be the Ghost Turtles. Oh, like Last Ronin? Is Mikey is the Last Ronin? I'm trying to think. Michelangelo, is he the most popular one? He's the one with the size, right? Merciless is your Acid says, you up to work on the Max? Yes. I sent you a message. I think you're streaming from your phone. Yes, I'm up to work on the Max. Chasing Todd Father's SDCC whatnot drop last week. Yeah, that's what I figured. Yeah, get that post-it note doodle for $700. Let's see. That boy is rating me too. You guys are rating me today. Thank you so much. That boy Chris P. Thank you. We're shooting to get 2,100 followers. Can we do it today? If everybody who's rated me follows me today, I'll probably crack 2,100. That would be awesome. Thank you, Chris P. I will follow you back too. Your name doesn't sound familiar, so I'm gonna follow you. Thank you, bud. Acid says Mikey is the last Ronin orange one and pretty much the most popular. Daytona says relist the Hulk. Okay, we'll relist it. Hulk head. Here we go. Fire. Oops, I did 1 minute. So you want to see what the auction is? We're auctioning off this fresh piece, just finished on today's stream. And then if I don't move on to Acid's max piece, we'll move on to another Hulk. I don't know, I've been in a Hulk mood lately, I guess. Thanks for the raid. Follow the legend, Joe, says Acid. Acid. Maybe the raiders are into it. Oh, that's a good idea. Mikey is the nunchucks. Wait, there's a sai, there's nunchucks, sword, and staff, right? It's nunchucks. Thanks for the raid. Follow the legend, Joe. Even though I'm a Roth guy / sai and red one. Mikey is orange, and Roth is red, and Donatello is purple, and Leo is blue. That was hard for me. I hope you appreciate it. Acid Burn says, even though I'm a Roth guy, show the Raider. Show it. Freshly drawn Hulk goodness. Show the Raider. What's a Raider? Anybody want to buy these? They're $50 off in the bin. Deadpool team up. Venom. Venom's $100. Joe sounds like a boomer when dealing with the turtles. I'm a total boomer. The turtles and the Transformers and the GI Joe. I was beyond them by the time they appeared. Let's do it. Haha. Okay, let's do it. Do you want me to create something? Do you want to jump in the bin and grab a single figure? We must be doing a 9x12, right? Because I don't think I have a max sketch cover. But let's discuss. We'll do a max piece that might be worthy of a print. That would be cool. So I could use a max print. 9x12. Okay, no worries. I'll set up like we discussed. Oh, right. So I got to create a unique piece for you. So 9x12 single figure max. I'll call it the acid special. Temporary listing. Comics and manga, comic art. Done. So Acid had some postal issues with a piece that he bought. I'll put Acid Special, I'll call it. So we're going to make things right for Acid. So he'll always think of me fondly and not as an a-hole. Let's say, here we go. Shipping profile. Okay, so don't anybody, if your name isn't Acid Burn, don't bid on this. So we're gonna do 15 seconds. Here we go, Acid. Either works. The Batman in the wall, looking at it right above my monitor. The Batman in the wall, looking at it right above. Oh, cool. Your Batman. It made it to your wall. Absolute Batman. I don't think you were in the room earlier, Acid, but the Absolute Batman uh, drawing is with A-list Marvel colorist Mike Attia. We're gonna do at least a print of it. I'm thinking a comic size print because I haven't done those ever, and I want to try that out. And it's also going to be the cover for an art book that I'm going to do. So I'll keep you posted as that kind of develops. But it's going to at least be a print. It's being colored now by Mike Attia, who does a lot of stuff. He's working at Marvel now pretty regularly. He does like the um, the Marvel movie stuff, like Predator and I forget Aliens, and I think Planet of the Apes. So it's going to look badass. That's what I'm trying to say. Do you do any DC covers? Hold on, let's back this up. It's after I showed on my stream. Very nice. It should be a cover. Awesome. Pumped to have it. Did you do any DC covers? I did a little bit of stuff at DC back in the full-time days. And then the Green Lantern #6. That was the most recent thing I've done for DC. It was a variant cover of Green Lantern. Where is that? It's in the bin. It's a print, but let me see if I can find it. Here it is. This I can find. I couldn't find the Eddie piece, the Iron Maiden Eddie piece, but this was a cover. That's the most recent thing I've done for DC, which was actually a while ago now. I think it was before COVID. Grant Morrison's run on Green Lantern. Um, and then back in the day when I was like just a regular comic book guy, penciler, I was going back and forth from Marvel to DC. They would call me like on a Friday, and I'd have to, I would take pretty much every job that was offered to me, even if I couldn't fit it in the schedule. And so I was working at Marvel and DC simultaneously for quite a bit. Uh, DC requires 8 of 9 covers to do an absolute Batman cover. Like, in other words, I need to have done 8 or 9 covers at DC other than the Absolute Batman. So have I done 8 of them? No, I don't think I did. I think I did 2. We need to spam DC and get Joe a cover. DC. Okay. Acid says we need to get you an absolute cover. Miss Mayhem said love to see Joe do an absolute cover. Acid says we need to spam DC, get Joe a cover. Yep, at DC, but you may have been grandfathered in. Not just any cover has to be absolute. Oh, not just any cover has to. Okay, I would do any cover for DC, but if you insist that it has to be absolute, I'm cool with that. We need you on absolute, haha. Has to be. Let's see. All right. I've started a box of absolutes. I have like maybe 30 or 40 absolute books now, which I plan on reselling after I've read them. I have the first 2 issues of Green Arrow. And we were talking about this earlier. I read this one, Absolute Green Lantern. And then I read Absolute Flash. And I have to say, this is probably my least favorite. I don't really get it. And I then read this, and I would draw the cover for this Batman. This guy is cool. minor detail, but do you like the utility belt design? Where is it? With the two, I don't know what those two tubes are, but sleeping pills or something. I'm not sure. But I like those two little vials there. Okay, let's get acid going. We need to do some research. Did you send me Max reference, or is this something I could? There's only one version of Max, right? Not TJ Maxx. I'm digging up reference. Mhm. Okay, to the Max, I'm open, but I was thinking maybe it was headdress on. I don't have many with that. Okay. Smoke maybe. Looks cool. Yeah, he's dress or no headdress pretty much. I can email some to, yeah, if you don't mind, email me. I didn't see any with the headdress. And I'm not familiar with the headdress, but yeah, send me the headdress images. You have my email address, right? Just in case. It's Joe at astronaut, like the spaceman, ink, like the drawing liquid.com. Let's get to 2,100 followers today. I wonder if I got there yet. I had a couple raids, which was very cool. Oh, well, it looks like I'm at, only two. I only gained 2 followers. Curse you. I got 2 raids and 2 followers. That was it. Meh. I'll cry later. My tears make me strong. Smoke was in reference to, canisters on his belt. Cool. Yeah, smoke pellets. And can you show the unfinished Hulk piece again, too? Unfinished Hulk. This one here could be a figure, but I also have a list of villains that if it doesn't sell as a single figure, I'll draw a whole background of Hulk villains' heads and faces in the background. We also have the, I don't know if you saw this one, headshot, Hulk headshot. Your friend might be interested. Oh, cool. Thank you. Thanks for sharing with your friend. Appreciate it, bud. There's Jeff. Oh, really? That's interesting. I don't think I've ever seen the headdress. Interesting. What's it made of? Is that fur? Feathers and hair? Like he scalped somebody? I've never seen a full frontal standing shot of the Max. So this will be helpful. All right, let's see. Save all. First, let's create a folder. Okay, save files. Cool. Looking good. Very helpful. Here's Max tearing it up. Whoa. Great, very helpful reference. Thank you, bud. All right, let's see what else we got. Fur and like feathers. Yep, don't think he scalped anyone. And I can tip if you can include any of those little creatures. They're called is, and I love them. LOL. I have drawn them before too. Just do your thing. Those were just reference. In Joe, I trust. I'll take the Hulk headshot. Okay. I'll run the Hulk. If you like, I'll run the Hulk right now. Okay. Let's see. 15 seconds. Thank you, Acid. Appreciate it. Great grab. Fires. 2 fires from Miss Mayhem. I had an artist friend. I had a Hulk piece that I had drawn just for the hell of it, and he was like, "Why don't you draw on the Hulk?" And I'm like, "I don't know. So I don't. I like the Hulk. I always liked the Hulk, but I never really thought it wasn't like a goal of mine to draw the Hulk. But I like him. He's a good character. He's a winner." Sassy girlie said, "Thank you." Uh-oh. Acid is buying drawings for Sassy Girly, it looks like. LOL. Let's see. Joe is a beast. It's interesting how Whatnot interface, I'm starting to get green letters now, and I'm not sure why that is. Why some of the chat is green text, some of it is white, and some of it is yellow, and some of it is red. I don't know. Okay. Let's grab a 9x12. One second. There we go. LOL. She's a big Hulk fan. Very nice gesture. So the Max, I always see him as kind of like, I don't know, like crouching. I guess I'm thinking of like what I've never seen him like this. Does he ever like just freestand like this? It almost looks like, I don't know why. It looks like when a dog stands on its hind legs. I guess I should read some Max comics. So he does stand upright like that. Haha, yeah, sometimes. So, let me see if I can find my previous Max drawings. I think I did one for you, Acid. I showed you this one already, right? Mine was just a quick head silhouette on your sketchbook. Yeah, that one was cool. So something kind of like, I don't know, like kind of coming towards the camera, kind of like charging with his headdress flowing. And then depending on how many of those little characters you're, I'm thinking what maybe should I design the thing first and then see if there's any room for these other characters? Give me a second. Gotta use my brain. Gotta use my brain. I've definitely done 8 or 9 covers at Marvel. I can only think of 2 at DC. Yeah, my relationship with DC in the 90s, it was weird. The studio, the office itself had a vibe like kids who kids who always did their homework in class and they were very studious and serious, and the Marvel bullpen was always like chaos. It was like all kinds of energy. There was a central office area where production people were and the art director was and stuff like that. And then that area was surrounded by offices. Granted, this is 30 years ago, so I doubt it's like that now, or it doesn't have to be like that now. But DC was the opposite. They had each person had their own little office. There was no common central area, so it was like a hallway, uh, just full of hallway of doors, and then inside each door was an editor in their office. And so had a different vibe altogether. So I got the sense that, by the jobs they used to offer me, it was like they were like testing me. Like, I don't know what they were testing me for, but they would give me these gigs that were kind of to help out another artist who couldn't meet their deadline. But so I was like, give me a series or give me a mini series or something like that. But never got I never got a steady gig at DC. Uh, so I got the sense they would like treat me like I had to prove myself. Whereas over at Marvel, they were just giving me A-list characters to work on. So I mean, I'm not complaining because I prefer to work on Spider-Man characters anyway. That was my goal, especially then at the time. So just an interesting thing. So I guess I didn't get any covers with that in mind. If they're trying me out or testing me out, I guess I didn't. That explains why I didn't get many covers. I did a fill-in for Aquaman. I know I did the cover for that. I know I did a Batman pinup, which was completely manhandled by editorial. I've told that story here. But that was a pinup. That wasn't a cover. But at Marvel, yeah, definitely. They would give me cover work at Marvel. I didn't necessarily have to have worked on the interior. They just give me the cover. So definitely have 8 or 9 covers at Marvel. And ideally his anatomy is just crazy out of proportion, right? That's like the whole fun part of this guy, right? He reminds me of my Megahertz character. In that regard, Megahertz was all about just stupid over the top musculature. Ask, can you make this out? Can you make this pose out? If you can't, no worries. I'll go over the lines in pencil so it's easier to see. But can you make this pose out? Yes, it's perfect. Dig the hell out of it. Cool. So let's say you want some of those ish characters. I'm thinking there's one guy popping out of his headdress, maybe. And then, depending on how many more you want, you know, um, I could put some kind of peeking out behind him and stuff like that. We can do the peeking thing all over the place. So let me know your thoughts. Stand by. Trying to find something on YouTube to listen to. Here we go. Sonia's working late today, Ramona. So if you want to do Jeff today, we can do it. Can't because it's already past 9 p.m. Oh, that's right. I forgot. You're plus. You're plus 6 hours, not minus 6 hours. We'll do it tomorrow. No worries. I'll be here tomorrow. I don't know. I'm in the mood for leg anatomy today. Give me a second. I'm going to grab one of my anatomy books. We'll always blow up the anatomy, make it crazy, but I just want to see what some of this looks like sometimes. Ah, yes. Yes, indeed. Gently like rain. Is the max. Of course. No, wait, what did I miss? What did I miss? I jumped in because Joe was finished. You weren't here, Ramona, says Acid. I had an appointment, says Ramona. So I jumped in because Joe was finished. Tomorrow I'll be here on 7 my time, so 1 p.m. yours. Perfect. And the Max is better because Jeff doesn't have leg anatomy. Ha ha. Oh, Jeff has his own anatomy. That whole Cousteau gig was so fun because I got to learn how to draw sharks proper. I've probably forgotten some of it, but I got real good at drawing sharks. They have their own cool anatomy, so that's another thing altogether. You can wait another moon, says Ramona. No worries. This is Max going to stay black and white. So far, it's black and white. As strong as life. Chew. Doesn't fit the plan. I was after some leg muscles blown out of proportion. Max style. Looks great. I'm glad to hear you like it, because I like it. Yes, black and white. You know I love my BW. Like I do, though. Like I do too, says Ramona. That's great. Cool. This guy's fun. He's more over the top anatomy with Joe and acid. Ramona asks, "Have you done a Battle Beast yet, Joe? That kitty is also fun and has some beautiful anatomy." Haha. I actually just scored on eBay a Battle Beast blank. So I have never drawn him, but I will probably I'll probably start a Battle Beast blank and then put it up for auction. So weird coincidence that you ask. Yeah, he looks like another guy that looks like he'd blow up the anatomy and go crazy, right? Beep, 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 doo, 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 doo. Time stand still. X means short. X is shorthand for fill in this space with black. Slips away.
So this is our last day here in Texas. Here's what we can Oh, we love it. Deep in the heart of Texas. Okay, so let's go to T.O. now, right? Let's go to Toronto. I'm going to do a bunch of songs for this thing.
Ramona said, "Oh, Daniel, nailed that." Meaning Battle Beast. Do a full body, please. Full body Battle Beast. Okay. Me and Acid love that kitty. Acid and me, that should be not very polite to put myself first. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Oh, you're so polite. Oh, my chat is so full of great people. What can I say? Yeah, you'll kill a battle beast, or a better beast. I can do a better battle beast. That might make a good print, also. Okay, so I gotta erase. I'm gonna erase some stuff because remember what happened with Hulk when I erased the blacks? It pulled up. So similar things are gonna happen here. Strip away all free. It's a shiny car. Everyone's about to talk better next time. The Max and Kitty should do a team up. Acid, says Ramona. That would be a cool mashup. Max up. These two just throwing down on each other. It'd be a roid fest. Ramona, have you read all of the Invincibles? That's where Battle Beast first appeared, right? Boom. All right, let's do some erasing. Gentle erasing. Gentle. Agreed, that would be amazing. Almost a whole run. 3 more to go, I think. But I like Battle Beast's own run better. Oh, really? Oh, interesting. You like Battle Beast better as a character, eh? Or is the story better, or both? I've read the first few trades of Invincible. I forget how many, maybe three, first 15 issues, I think. And it was just, I have an issue. I have a issue with characters that are clearly based on other more popular characters. So I got hung up on, the Superman and the Superman analogs and some of the other characters. And I guess I just drifted away from it. But I didn't not like it. I just didn't feel like reading 100 issues of it, I guess. I bet it gets better as he goes along. That was my instinct. Weird, weird, weird light outside. It's like a greenish. I feel like the aliens have invaded or something. Yes, and also his story. Yeah, every character has their own kind of story, which might be more interesting than the main character. That happened to me with Megahertz. The Megahertz story was cool, but I started to gravitate towards the side characters like the President and the Liberator. That's why the Liberator spun off into a new Zodiac's character. So I totally recognize that. Gonna need an absolute green arrow from you too, Joe. You should definitely check it out. I have the first 2 issues. I don't think I have a blank yet of Absolute Green Arrow. The guy who wrote it, I forget his name, Porn Sack something. That's a unique name for sure. Porn Sack. He was at Heroes, right? Acid. Did you get anything signed by him? Ramona says, I think Invincible is good in the beginning, but it stays a bit the same. Yeah, Invincible has its peaks and valleys. Didn't need about 140 issues for that story. I have the last 20 to read still, says Acid. In your spare time, LOL. Pino Shet. Yep. Sack indeed. Sassy girly. You better be following Joe, said Acid. I had a similar. I know this is probably going to get me banned from whatnot, but I had a similar experience with Spawn. I was buying Spawn on the regular, and I think around issue 19, it was like He sits in an alley. Some dude shows up. He beats the shit out of him, and then he sits in his alley at the end of the story, and it's like, okay, I think 19 issues is good. I'm done with this. And then when Megahertz was coming out, I was on the comp list, and they sent me a free Image Comics, and so I'm like, let's see what's up with Spawn, and it was like issue 60 or something like that. And so I'm reading it, issue 60 something of Spawn. And he's in an alley, and some dude shows up, and it's like, what the shit? You do 60 issues of the same thing. Whatever, there's room for everybody, but I don't have time for that. Yes, sassy girly, I saw you on following me. You have a unique handle. When I popped into your stream, it was so cool to see familiar faces in the acid stream. Hey Ramona, says sassy girly. That same alley still. Yeah, you didn't even change alleys. It was the same alley. Like the bold and the beautiful. That's the name of the Max versus Battle Beast series right there. Bold and the Beautiful. You can miss like 5 years and still pick it up. Well, that's the thing is like you come in 5 years later and it's still the same thing. That's I don't know. I suppose people say that about Batman and stuff too, right? Some people like the alleyway. And then the toys kind of took over, so there had to be multiple versions of Spawn and medieval Spawn and samurai Spawn, and so that became a whole thing, which I wasn't really interested in. I thought it was way too early in the character's history to start spinning all those off, but hey, man, I'd trade places with Todd McFarlane business wise any day of the week. He did it very correctly. Actually, a lot of things that Todd did, um, I would have probably done too with a similar situation. Like I had thought about forming my own toy company, and I also wanted to do. I'm a huge Kiss fan, so I would have done Kiss comics. Um, it's kind of interesting. Some of the choices he made through his career, I would have made similar ones in a similar position. So sometimes I feel like he took my career. Another raid. Holy cats. 3 raids today. You guys got to follow me. I got to crack 2,100 followers today. Thank you for the raid. Who raided me? Let's see. Backtrack. Backtrack. Oh, Robson. That's Robson Relics. Thank you. Thank you, bud. Appreciate it. Ha, that's awesome, Acid says. I'm drawing Max for Acid Burn. Raid! Big raid. Raid, Joe. Thank you for the raid. Thank you, Acid and Ramona. Thanks for the raid. Everyone follow Joe. The bin is loaded. I have so much stuff in the bin. Ramona and Acid, thank you so much for covering my butt. Look, I've got cool sketches like this. and like this, and like this. These are actual sketches on art. This isn't printed. A lot of people say that too. They're like, "Is this an actual piece of art?" And I'm like, "Yes." And they're like, "No, it's printed on." I'm like, "No, it's not printed on, for God's sake." Ninja Turtles, $50 off. Spider-Man 2099. Any 2099 fans out there? There's a Spidey 2099 versus his famous villain, the Pack Rat. So much cool stuff. If there's anything you'd like me to run as an auction, happy to do it. This is a series that I created for Valiant Comics called Secret Weapons. What's Valiant? I'm waiting for it. Come on. It's a tradition now with you whatnot whippersnappers. What's Valiant? I have a sketchbook full of over 100 drawings of your favorite Marvel, DC, etc. characters. You can check that out in the bin. My bin is loaded. I'm telling you. Venom Jam piece, $50 off in the bin. Wolverine versus Sentinel. This one I did last week. Cyclops, because I love Cyclops. Nobody else does, just me. And Ramona. No, was it Ramona or Miss Mayhem? One of you likes Cyclops. I think it's Ramona. Spidey. Spidey Jam. Oh, Godzilla. I got to do a Godzilla for Godzilla. That's my third Godzilla headshot. There's nothing like original art, says Sassy Girly. I agree. It's one of a kind, and you own it. That's how good you are, Joe. You should get more recognition. You're very kind, Ramona. Thank you. Jim Lee loves Cyclops, says Daytona. Oh, me and Jim Lee have something in common. Besides selling million-selling comics. This bad boy right here sold 600,000 copies. You believe that? And it wasn't even the number one best-selling book that month. It was number 9. Those were the days. I bought a copy of what's the name of that book everybody likes nowadays? Absolute Batman #1 on Whatnot stream, and it was the 11th printing. Can you imagine? Anybody know how many copies are in an individual printing? Like, do they just do 20,000 each time, or until they sell out? Or I wonder how many is in a printing. Acid Burn knows Valiant. Did I miss the acid? Did you get Pornsack to sign anything for you? I forgot if I saw that or not. Did you have absolute green arrows for him to sign? Did I miss your answer? Sorry if I did. Who was your favorite Valiant character to draw? Rye. Yeah, Rye is. I think Rye was the best concept, the most unique character at Valiant, bar none. I still have. While I was, I don't know if I told you guys this, but while I'm working on comics, like I'm working on New Zodiac Sagittarius right now. So a lot of times while I'm drawing, like if I weren't talking at the same time here, I would be thinking of like story ideas for, say, Max. If I'm drawing Max, I would I would start thinking of story ideas for Max, and so I did with Rye as well. Um, while I was drawing Rye, I came up with all these cool storylines and subplots and stuff for the character, even though I wasn't the writer. David Michelinie was the writer. He's the guy who co-created Venom. Um, but I loved the character so much I'd start writing stories in my head while I was drawing it, and I still have those stories in my sketchbooks, and I still like them, and so I will continue uh, to keep those stories in mind when the time comes. I was also very fond of two characters that I created at Valiant. This one here, Livewire and Stronghold. And I had storylines for both of those characters that I wanted to develop, but never got the chance. And those are also in my sketchbooks. And when the time is right, those stories will come out as well. Livewire was kind of like a low level, like a Magneto type character. She could control metal objects with magnetism. She was much lower scale level. She couldn't draw adamantium out of Wolverine's bones or draw the iron out of your bloodstream with her skills. She was a much lower level magnetic character, but I thought she was very cool. And this guy here, his name is Stronghold. He could absorb mass, and that would make him large. I'm always into giant characters. Um, so some days it's just like an idea will come up for a story. I'll be like, that'll be a good story for those characters. My brain doesn't stop, folks. I'm drawing a story for New Zodiac's Sagittarius right now. It's a simple story, really, but it has evolved while I'm penciling it. I'm like, hey, we should put reference to this character here, and we should do something here where the main character of the story kind of travels through the land. We should put some reference here for this event. And it just totally turned into this like world building festival while I was drawing it. It's pretty cool. Very simple story, but all of the artwork refers to other stories that will be either happening or have happened. I love this piece, says Ramona. I can't wait to see you do BB. Ramona got a nice Absolute One cover, 2 times signed and remarked. Wow. Daytona says DC just cracked down on retailer variants because of Ab's Batman. How did they crack down and why? Why? Asset has all signed. Haha. Yeah, got a few Sack Sigs. Oh, Sack Sigs. He signed Rod's sketch too of Absolute Green Arrow. That's cool. Ramona says really happy with that Acid. I forgot David did Rye. Crazy. Yeah, David Michelini. Was he still writing? He may still have been writing Spider-Man while he was working at Valiant. I wonder if that was the reason why he got taken off Amazing Spider-Man, because he was working at Valiant. There's a lot of animosity between Marvel mainstays and Jim Shooter, probably because of Shooter's time at Marvel as editor in chief. I don't think he made a lot of friends there towards the end, and so there may have been a problem there with. But I got to be honest, I don't exactly recall the correct time frame. David may have gotten bumped from Spider-Man, and that's why he was working at Valiant, because he needed to fill in that slot. I don't 100% recall the timeline there. I have to ask him maybe sometime. I didn't get to talk to him at Little Giant this last show. He's a nice guy, though. I like his writing very much. They were upcharging too much over retail and gouging us. LOL. Oh, the retailers. What should they have been charging? Cover price? Because a lot of those. Oh, I wonder if that was because of the Quintana experience. Did you guys hear about that? Or is it Quintana? Did you guys hear about that? Ramona says, I wonder how they are going to do that in reality, Acid, because the Whatnot streams make it hard. Even more when they aren't doing drops, but bidding. And DC got angry about the gouge. Said 30. Not only that, that was a huge part of it, the Quintana thing. But everyone was doing it. More have been doing it. Who's Ramona? Yeah, they will just drop it in auctions. Well, that's how I've been buying a lot of my variants, I have to say, through auction. It's cool, yeah. DC finds out even, it's not difficult to have a intern case Whatnot and find out retailers who are, auctioning or upcharging or trying to price gouge their the fans and then get banned, get shut down. It's not hard. You can't limit it when people are bidding. That's a little like scalping tickets, isn't it? When people are willing to pay more for a front row seat at a show. Can't control that, right? So let's say, for instance, DC says you can't auction off variants. There must be a time frame for that because everybody on Whatnot um, auctions comics, right? So maybe the first 3 months or something, you can't auction them. You have to sell them for whatever. I wonder how that works. I see plenty of variants. I bought them in my bulk boxes. And you're auctioning those off. Maybe there's a time limit. You can't limit it when people are bidding. They go nuts during auctions. It's true. Same as you can't control flipping. Only the buyers can control it with not paying crazy money. Maybe if it's their variant, they can't do that with everyone. Interesting conundrum. The world is love. It's true. It's hard to control. If you put something up and it's fresh and it's $6 book or it's a variant for $20, and then you put it up for auction and people are paying $400 for it. How do you shake that? You can't shake that. I think DC just wants some of that cash. DC's like, give me a taste of that, or we're gonna ban you. And let's say you can't do it and they ban you and you can only sell it for $30. And then a month later you see it on eBay for $600. The Quintana covers are the absolute Batman Quintana covers are going for like $600, right? And they're only less than a year old. So how do you control that? You can't. So if I were a retailer, I might get a 1,000 variants, 1,000 copies of a variant, and sell 200 of them at $30, and then sit on them until the what do you call the time frame is over, and then sell them online. That's a tough one. That's a tough one to shake. And DC just may raise their rates though on the variants. Knights may need a companion battle beast down the road. Haha. I'm right here, man. You know where I live. No people have huge FOMO, fear of missing out. I don't even own AB exclusives. Well, actually, one because of Acid. Absolute Batman exclusives. I have a DA exclusive. I haven't read the book yet, so I think it's the Robins. It's a Robin cover by Chris Burnham. You can find it at DA Comics, but I'm generally not a variant chaser either. I just like the cover, and I like DA Comics. They're pretty cool. If you're not following DA, definitely do that. Definitely give DA a try. They got good stuff. Uh, Jeff, who also goes by Iceberg, he's awesome. He's really good at describing, like if you're working with back issues and stuff, which he does a lot of. He's really good at like describing the condition and stuff like that, and I appreciate that as a collector myself. It's hard to know sometimes when you're sitting in a stream and the guy's firing classic comics past the camera, and you got 10 seconds to decide if it's worth it or not and how much to pay for it. You can make a lot of mistakes that way. So I appreciate DA for the streams that I've been in. They're really good at describing the book so you know what you're getting. These leg muscles, this guy. Oops. Ramona said I followed them, meaning DA bought Spidey's in their stream. Yes. I actually did an M1 exclusive, haha, but still hardly buying them. You keep remembering other exclusives that you bought. There was one stream, I forget, Dark Lord, I think it's called. You know, you catch Dark Lord at a good time when there's not many buyers in the room, and sometimes I get some good deals. But an 11th printing of, I got a 11th printing of Absolute Batman #1. I forgot what I paid. It might have been $10 for it. Speaking of auctions and overpaying, I thought that was, I thought 11th printing. I thought that was hilarious. Maybe the additional printings, that's DC's way of catching the some of the interest in the back issue market, right? Instead of having an initial print run of 200,000 or whatever that's selling on eBay for $400 a piece, you just keep doing printings to satisfy a lot of the people who are interested in checking it out, right? But I still don't know the print runs on these additional printings because they may be valuable too someday. Time to move the shelf, Acid, so you have room for this on the wall. LOL. We know, Dark, says Ramona. I figured. Acid says Sassy Girl agreed. You're going to have a wall of just my stuff pretty soon, dude. Please send me a screenshot when he's done, Ramona asked Acid. Time for me to go. Say goodnight, Ramona. You're up past your bedtime. No idea how many Absolute Batman 1 cover first print are out there. So see you tomorrow. Jeff Time. Jeff Time, Jeff Channel. Thank you, Ramona. Sleep tight. Sweet dreams. Every variant of #1 has a cover A under it. Oh, is that true? It's like you and Rod. Me and Rod and on your wall, and that's it. Now, I've seen some of the stuff you were selling on your stream. It's good stuff. You have good taste. I'm honored to be among your likes. Oof, look at that leg, man. Damn. Max musculature. The only thing this guy's missing is hair, right? Like Wolverine. Imagine this guy covered in hair. Mm. Commercials. We need them not. People were ripping the covers off of the variants. I remember I think you were telling me the sketch cover variants had they were ripping the sketch cover off. I didn't realize they were doing that to all of the variants. So it's amazing that the variants, which ideally are supposed to be more rare, are less valuable than the regular. That's interesting. Anything goes, man. Anything goes. Mm, mm, mm. Mm. Thank you, and my local artists here I found. It's Tyler Kirkham. Good night, Ramona, says Sassy. Ramona says, have a nice evening, Sassy. And that's caught up. Caught up on the chat. Drawing Max all day long. Let's check out his eyes. Yeah, he's got he's kind of Spider-Man type not eyeballs, but trim. He's got this eye trim. Almost there. We're working our way to the to the opposite side of the body, so I could see a light at the end of the tunnel. Feel like some blood splatter on his front hand. What do you think? Break out the toothbrush action. Have at it. Haha. Yeah, it's hard to know. Sometimes, you want the battle damage look can go a long way. He's got some kind of black glove pattern, which I will try to duplicate here. And then we'll throw in some splattering. And this bad boy will look good. Okay. This is so good. Thank you, Sassy Girly. Appreciate it. All right, let's Okay, black ink. Beep, beep, beep. Toothbrush. Nice. Very nice. There's something cool about just the random shapes that the splatter creates. I guess it looks like real blood splatter. Real blood splatter creates these random shapes. What do you think? More blood. I think the blood is just right. But if you want some more blood, you get it. Looks great. Nope, that's good. Dude, fun. Max is fun to draw because there's no rules, so you can just kind of go crazy with the anatomy and stuff like that. Fun. I think this guy is actually kind of helps balance everything out. It's so weird how that came about because you got a lot of black down here weighing everything down, and if he wasn't up there, this might look a little light. So it's weird that sometimes you unconsciously solve problems that you didn't know you were going to have. That happens quite a bit, actually, especially when you're zoning. When you're in the zone, it's a good time. Thanks for the gig, bud. Did you want to do a screen grab for Ramona? Got one. Cool. Sweet. All right, so let's go to 5:30. What should I do? What should I do? We'll do a few auctions real quick. We'll run it to 5:30 unless anyone has any commission requests or anything like that. We'll do a few of these. Spidey swinging is single figure, black and white. Single figure, black and white line art, 15 seconds, $150, $50 off what I would charge at a convention, because we're working out of the comfort of my own home studio, which is so convenient. No travel, no rental cars, no airline security, no setting up. I'm already set up right here at my table. This one I woke up the other day feeling like I might color it, but you can always grab it in black and white now. And if you'd like it colored, we can do that too. Here we go, Cyclops. He's so cool. The classic Jim Lee costume, 15 seconds, 150 for a full figure, black and white. I was just going to say, where did I sign this? And I looked up there, and there it is. Venom headshot, head/bust. $100. Signed by me right there on the side, along his shoulder. Cool slimy details. You all like the slimy details, right? Thanks for sharing, Acid. Appreciate it, bud. Sassy, you didn't realize what a VIP Acid was, did you? Deadpool projectiles. There he is. 150 for a single figure. 100 for color. 250, $50 off convention/signing prices. He's like, what's going on? Nothing's going on, buddy. Just bullets. Just bullets and bottles and banana peels and tomatoes. That's all. And a knife flying at you. How are you going to save your ass? I mean, your butt. Wolverine versus Sentinel. So we got somewhere in between 100 and 150s, 125, and then 50 for half of a background, kind of extra stuff. Fun. This is a fun one. I might color this one too. I regret not getting that other Deadpool piece with the ketchup packs. Ha. The ketchup packs. Was that with the big boy McDonald's sign in the background? He had the gun pointed right at the camera. Yep, we could do another one. We could we could totally cash in on the Deadpool utility belt with the ketchup packs. We can do one specifically like that. I remember I did the Joker piece for well, Miss Mayhem bought it. It has the Joker utility belt on it, so we could run with that for Deadpool too. Here's a jammy Venom jammy. Jam piece starter upper. Get some of your favorite artists like Rodney Ramos and Tyler Kirkham and others to fill in the spaces here. And then you create an overall beautiful frameable piece. It's not just like random artists at random times coming in and just drawing whatever they feel like. This has a design to it. It's $50 off convention price. Here we go. Get yours today. 15 seconds. And you signed on the gun. That I don't recall. I have to check that out again. Was it like the make and model and then my name in there? That's a good idea. You can't have this. You can't have it. You can have this. I'll finish it for you. Ninja Title. So what were we saying that what's in the background? If this is Last Ronin, this is Mikey. And who's in the background? Of course, it's the three, but are they doing anything? Because I was going to have them kind of like dropping down, like in like squat, if they're plummeting down as if they had dropped off a building. But if they're dead, what should I do? I need help. You get any more blanks from that guy? Not yet. Ghost turtles. Oh, so they're that's actually part of the story. They appear as ghosts. All right, I'll check that out. They could be your ghosts. Could be their ghosts on some covers in blue, and you could color the ghosts in blue. Yes, I'm thinking of coloring this one also. Similar jam piece idea. This one has 1, 2, 3, possibly 5 extra spaces. 15 seconds for the Spidey Jammer. I should do an X-Men jam next. X-Men jam. Not bad. Did you get your hair done? Oh yeah. What happened? You coming? Are you done for the day? Yeah, I'm on the air. You're not talking to me. Okay, Sonia's home, so I gotta talk to her. Let's see. Do we have anything else? Okay, I think that's it for today. Acid VIP for the day. Thank you, sir, for all the work and the gigs. Very fun. I'm going to spend some time with Sonia. I hope you guys have a great day. I will see you tomorrow, Thursday at noon Eastern. Um, go kick some butt out there. I'm sending you a DM, says Bob, too. Okay, I will read it and get back to you. Cool. See y'all later. Thanks for everything.